Welcome back. I mean, we didn't get a lot done last time, but we unlocked a lot. What do we have active here? I have to plant a flag on Minmus. I have to position a satellite around Minmus. Two satellites. This dude needs to be rescued. Solar station, moon satellite, guy's trapped around Minmus. Here's what we're gonna do. I want to decommission Gosling Station. So we gotta fly up there, grab everybody, and bring them back home. How many people are on Gosling Station right now? So we can go up and do one final landing to plant that flag, and then decommission the station. We can send up another station, but I kind of like moving to more unmanned probes now that we've moved up the tech tree. So I think a Mark II cabin is enough to bring back the entire crew of Gosling Station, but we also have a cargo bay on Gosling right now, so we have to worry about that. So yeah, the crew complement on Gosling is 3. Yeah, decommission this thing. Got us through a lot, but I think it's time to move on. Mainly because the lab's empty. I mean, might as well fucking blow this thing up, right? Because we did redesign our Minmus lander, but we might as well just put that on a new station. A whole new generation of rocketry. So we need to make a ship to go rescue 3 people. And I think the new kid on the block can do that. Let's double check, actually. Let's double check what kind of satellites we need to drop off when we get there. I don't think these will fit. I think we have some survey scanner satellites. So they're both going the same way. So if we can land like right here, we can deploy both satellites, I think. I mean, they don't need to get off Gosling, Justin. It's just that I don't want to use that station anymore. So we're going to like delete the station once we pick them up, and then we'll send up a new one if we ever get a contract for it. But so I have one from Jebediah and one from Sean's Cannery. And I think they're both shitty survey scanner ones, so this might not even be doable. Actually, we might be able to. No, I don't think I have the Mark III cabins, because we could start sending out Mark III shuttles. Those things fucking are huge. You can hide fuel tanks inside the cargo bay. Alright, so let's see if we can get a multi-purpose ship here. First things first is we need a crew cabin, which holds 4. So that alone is enough. This can rescue everybody. Vacuum Delta V1900. For Minmus, we're making multiple corrections. Oh no, wait, where's the good one? What happened to the one with the radial tanks? Where did I put you? It was Sassy and Gassy. It was Sassy and Gassy had the radials. I want this gone. We don't need this expensive part now. Thank you. Let's look what we're doing here. Okay, Minmus needs a survey scanner. This one just needs a material bay. Let's send up the materials bay satellite with them. And then I'm not sure the material satellite. So the dream, the perfect scenario for this one is we go to Minmus, we deploy this guy and send him off to Even. We also are able to deploy the other one for the contract. And then we rescue the staff of Gosling Station. And then, I think it actually has an autopilot module on it. We might be able to deorbit it so it blows itself up. That'd be a little dramatic, huh? That would be cool. Money's not that tight, actually. We're up to 600k now. We have some advances, I think. It's quite an itinerary. It's true. Usually my super advanced, like, well, not super advanced, my multi-stage missions always backfire on me. So first things first is we need a materials bay. Actually, that's not too bad at all. We just need something with a materials bay and an SAS module. Oh, this thing needs SAS, remember, because they can't control themselves once they're in flight. I'm actually a little worried, too, about... oh, right, that's... So I'm worried this thing might be out of satellite range if we send it to Eve, but if we upgrade our command center and then put a relay satellite around the sun, maybe? But I need a materials bay to fit in this cargo bay. Is that possible? What the fuck, really? Okay, you're damn right it clips through like mad. We could do a Mark II cargo bay, which is a little overkill. Put you over here. What if I build it on top of the radius? What do you mean? Because I'm thinking like we just center it, and which is why I want the longer cargo bay. Which unfortunately makes the ship colossal. What if I build it on top of the radial fuel tanks? If I put a satellite on top of the radial fuel tanks, that's just crazy enough to work because it's inside a fairing on the ascent stage. You fucking mad lad. I think separators will have a stronger connection than a... This guy still needs an RCS module though, doesn't he? Which makes him that much heavier, which I'm not a fan of. But I guess if I really wanted to make this thing overkill, we could do this. What inhuman amount of delta V do you think that thing emits? It also needs an RCS wheel. Just a little baby one, just enough so it doesn't spin out on us. A little overpowered, perhaps. It's a $30,000 satellite, but I mean, we're making, I think, $300,000 if this thing can make it to Eve and transmit its data. There's a slight chance that we'll be out of satellite and we'll lose control of the satellite. Sorry, we'll be out of relay range and we'll lose control of this satellite, so we'll have to put up a new satellite around the sun or something. But that was a good idea. That was a good idea. And then we mount our shitty Minmus satellite, which does not need to be ion. These things are very light, but I am a little concerned about how they're going to affect my weight on ascent. Okay, we'll start off with the... What do I have for control? Got this guy, who's a little too big considering he's just going to have a probe core materials bay attached to him. This guy's expensive. Holy shit, this thing's actually really cheap. This is 2,000. This is 7,500. This thing is meant. This thing's for like sending satellites across the galaxy. All right, I want just a little one, I guess. Oh shit, it's mirroring. That was a close one. Wouldn't have noticed. Okay, stack separator. So how much money can I save on this fucking materials bay turd? It's gonna be a really... It's just for the contract. It's gonna be a real ugly... Oh, fucking Christ, I hate materials bays. Colossal. Trying to launch multiple sats, yeah. It's because they're different satellite types. I'm very concerned about this. Well, you weigh less than a ton. Might be okay. Because they'll be trapped in the fairing. If we flip over, we'll find out real quick that this was a terrible idea. Do a little bit of that. You know what, hang on. It's really the width that I'm concerned. Did I put RCS thrusters? Just the fuel tank on this one. I'm hoping the RCS, I'm hoping the reaction wheel's enough to keep it steady and just go off on its own, because it's never docking with anything. It's just doing an E flyby. Or do you mean the base ship itself? The base ship itself won't be docking. Oh fuck no, you're right though, we would be docking. We'd be docking with Gosling Station to make it easier, otherwise we have to do 3 spacewalks. We might just do 3 spacewalks though to save fuel. Materials base, so this just needs some solar panels. And then a little fuel tank and a spark. Let's give it a donut. It's a little goofy looking, but he does what he needs to, right? I want to say this is a Sassy and Gassy Mark III now. Might just be the Mark II. Oh, it does already exist. I fucking knew it. Okay, and then we also have to worry about the fuel flow, because we learned that these radial tanks... they all drain equally. So when they all run, the fuel flow's fucked up. There's no point to have these decouplers if they all drain equally. So what I would want this, right? I would want flow priority Omega. Fuel delivery overlay. So we all flow into this, and then this flows down to the engines. We'll have to check the fuel right as we orbit, because if I'm wrong, we have to revert. There's no point in hauling empty tanks around, although we also have to make sure we get to Minmus to deploy these satellites before we dump these tanks. Although, if we're doing these outside satellites, Yam, we might be able to do a survey scanner, because we have the fingerprint for it. Got enough room. It just needs to have a survey scanner and be a probe. Let's get extra greedy here. Now our mass is gonna get all fucky wucky, which is a scientific term. Okay, again, a battery. And then, so let me just... Unmanned probe antennas. This thing needs antennas, close one. Just a simple one here. This thing does need antennas though. What the hell are you? Oh, that's just what the battery looks like on the top. I never looked. So this one needs a survey scanner and solar panels. RCS2. Oh, got inline reaction wheel. We're almost done the series. I'll remember the name. I'll figure it out one day. Okay, is it considered science? It's considered science. Don't mind me just being as big as your whole fucking ship. I'm a little concerned about the fairing, frankly. When the solar panels go, fucking this thing's actually gonna have a bit of trouble. I could give it a Gigantor. But then that gives us a terrible problem with our form. Alright, we'll do a 1x6. I am a little concerned about this thing actually. You know, getting any sun when the scanner's up. Oh no, that's a decent amount of sun still. Okay. This thing's getting very expensive, but if we can actually pull this off, this is like $1 million mission. It's probably closer to $500,000 if you account for how much the ship costs, but a triple satellite, this is such a fucking gaudy ship. This cannot possibly work. Okay, probe core power, inline reaction wheel, survey scanner. Now the silly thing is it's put a satellite in orbit with a survey scanner, but a survey scanner wants to have a polar orbit. Isn't that weird? Okay, so ideally we fit the crew cabin on this as well, but I think we're getting a little weighty. But wouldn't be the first time I've done something stupid in Kerbal Space Program. Let's get that crew cabin on there. Jeb will be in charge of planting the flag because he's the only one that's been back home to get a replacement flag. Probably added a few provinces to our empire, you know, taking over the solar system and shit. Annexing terrestrial countries shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let's baby steps here. Survey scanner, stability. See, no antennas. Good thing I checked. That is snug. In fact, it's so snug that the other satellite's in the way. So not that one. Just give it this one. Are these combinable? They're not combinable. 500k direct, 500k combinable. I see you laughing. Have a little faith in my Frankenstein ship. All right. So this one has a survey scanner. This one has a materials bay. We actually have room to rescue Duding, but that's going to be a little tricky. Solar orbit station, maybe later. Get this thing to Eve. We just have to gather and transmit any data back. And then there's a moon satellite. Oh, there's a guy trapped around Minmus, actually. We'll rescue him probably instead of Duden. We can get Duden later. Alright, now will this fucking thing get into space without tipping over? My theory, probably not. That actually almost all fit in the fairing, all things considered. Fairing looks really weird. Oh shit, there's some double symmetry there, that's why. Auto strut. You're already auto strutted, perfect, okay. This is weird, I can't place the fairing at this angle. I see you're actually not wide enough. It's a little big. It's only $10,000 more than the last. Oh, I think the last time we sent up a $100,000 version of this, though, it had two xenon probes in it. So if this thing doesn't tip over, it's probably going to tip over. If this thing doesn't tip over, I think we can get a lot done with it. Let's not dilly-dally, though. We've already been building this thing for half an hour. All right, Jebediah is in charge. Hopefully we're going to bring back a full complement. Sassy and Gassy Mark III launch. Didn't account for the weight. Ascent stage is going to be all fucked up. No, I think with the boosters, I think we might be okay. The staging's all fucked up, though. Let's do the staging back in the VAB in case I have to restart. Alright, so first it's boosters. Then we ditch the boosters. Then we fire our main cell. I don't know who this is. Alright, and then we pop the fairing. I don't know what this is. So blow this, decouple this, fairing, decouple, blow these. And then if the fuel priority is right, we decouple. Nope. These. So we have to make sure we get to Minmus and launch these satellites before we decouple these guys, but I think we'll have enough fuel. I don't think it'll take this much fuel to get to Minmus. So at sea level, this ship has 3,000, so we'd have to circularize quite a bit with the Terriers. I am a little concerned about the Terriers, but I think the Terriers have so much overkill from before. They have 2,000. This is weird. This calculation's all fucked up. $2,000's enough to go to Minmus and dump a couple sats. that I did. I think, well, I altered the fuel priority before you came here. I'm not sure if I altered it properly. So the fuel delivery overlay, it looks like it's flowing the right way. Because it comes out and then it goes into this one. And then these guys have the highest priority? Or do I want them to have the lowest priority? Oh, like I said though, we once we ditch this stage and circularize, we can check. So this fuel tank should be full. Once we do a little orb burn with the Terriers. Go. Let us hope for the best. I don't think I disabled the crossfeed on the one satellite. You look a little huge there, Jeb. You're like 30 feet tall on this low ceiling. Must be the accordion legs. Alright. Weight's already a little off. Look at that prograde. Need these boosters to burn off so we get our main gimbal. We're going the wrong way here. And I'm afraid to fight my prograde too much. This is bad. This is a really bad angle. We gotta be doing like this. And we gotta be at like right at 45. Let's just go 45 and see if that drags it. And I think we can follow that prograde. Alright. Flame on in a second here. There it is. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to use these Terriers to circularize. Oh boy. I think we lost some Delta V because we tilted off in the other direction at launch. I'm gonna just burn off the whole main stage here. We're not off to a good start. Yeah, just start with the mainsail so we have the gimbal. That might be a good choice if we move forward with this style of ship. I think the proliferation of this ship depends entirely on the single mission. Let's quick save at 70 just to make sure that we do these next stages properly. Alright, clamshell away. Decouple. We're clear. Satellites didn't implode on us. Okay, this is full. Oh, never mind. We haven't burned these yet. We'll check after the circularization. We're off to a good start. Let's get our solar panels out. We can technically piggyback off our batteries because we're hooked up to the satellites. But all right, and then for style, we get the air brakes open. Hell, you could run a survey scan yourself with this ship because the satellite on the side. Turn on some lights. Don't really have any exterior lights. It's not a cruise ship. It's a workhorse. Actually, this is a very wide one, I think. That was fairly wide. Thank you, first stage. Oh, what am I thinking? Even if I burn the wrong direction, we can manually transfer all the fuel in and then jettison them. I'm actually having a hell of a time circularizing with this engine. But I guess it's only going to be a couple hundred delta V all the way up here. Or it's actually a hell of a lot more than that. 1900. 1200 for the angle change. I think the angle change is actually going to be even more expensive. 1200. It's about 1500, so 500 to get back. And we'll gain some delta V when we shed these. Okay, so this is full. These are getting empty. Perfect. So that's successful. What's my node? 4.8, not terrible. 4.8 is real. Alright, it's that time again for me to fuck up the node, because I never bother to learn it. Perfect. Actually, I can't remember what kind of... Oh, never mind. I didn't put a docking port on this, so we're going to have to spacewalk everybody over. It also means I can't steal any fuel on my way out. All the time in the world to finish this mission. We're on year 6, by the way. I checked my save file before we started. Things definitely... Time started flying once we used that processing lab, but... 6 years after the first rocket, we have ion engines and we're going to other planets? That's not too fucking shabby, I think. I almost feel that all these satellites made the ship heavy enough to justify nerves. Just always going back to the same node so I don't keep flipping my normal and getting them mixed up. Because we already wasted a little bit of fuel burning the wrong way. $1,700, so this really needs to add some delta V or it's going to be running on fumes. I think you do though. I think you gain a lot of delta V when you shed weight in a vacuum. Alright, 0, 0. Now we just got to get our intercept. All the satellites are still attached. Perfect. And then we learned last time we can switch camera to the moon. It'll predict our orbit so we don't go all the way there and spinning the wrong way. Add maneuver. Actually, oh no, I won't have enough delta V to pick these people up if Gosling Station's a different direction than the satellite, which it is. I know for a fact it is. It's because my target's all the way over there. I'll be going the right way for the satellites, but the wrong way for Gosling Station. But I would technically want to shed the satellites, and that would give me enough delta V to do a U-turn if we're lucky. So this is the correct intercept. It's going to take me 17 days to get there, though. That was weird. I think it's because I scrolled up and down too much. $18 days still? What the fuck? Oh, that's a very, very huge one. That's why. That's 28 days. Why is it taking 28 days to drift out there? The moon's in my way over here. God damn it. One flake up and I'm back where I started. Did it again. Moon's in my way there. There, 6 days. But am I going the right way? We'll still go the right way. This is our intercept. Minmus encounter. Okay, yep. I have faith. As long as it's 1700. These are weird. I'm very concerned about the fuck, I'm gonna have to burn right now. I fucked it up. We should have, yeah, we should have a lot. We should have a shitload once we dump these because this thing's still full. It's feeding 2 terriers, but that's still a lot of fuel for a vacuum. Okay, so there's Minmus, and oof. That doesn't look right. Am I going too fast? I think I'm going too fast. Let's try there was this radial. Oof. I think we're gonna have to fall back to our quick save in a second here. Is this too slow then? Because I'm slowing down is putting me further ahead of it. This is a little bad. I burned way too soon, I think, was the problem. But we had a quick save right before the maneuver. This is just totally fucking tanking it. Go back. We want to burn it like 140. Which just passed. Like, this node should give me a min-miss periapse, but when I finished the node, I didn't have one. Unless it's a stupid one where I have to rotate a couple times. Oh, it is, isn't it? Just, no, it should... we have to ditch the satellites before we can ditch these radial tanks. It's the one downside to this design. Not the moon. Okay, this should be real. Save game. Maybe orbit. That puts us right near the satellites too. Our first apoaps is 337,000. But I'm not actually sure which one we dropped for whom. Bring that down to 337. All right, slight problem with the node. And just because I don't trust these satellites, we're not going to position them. We're just going to position the ship and then dump them off. Okay. $324. So unfortunately, the guy we need to rescue is rotating the wrong way. We might be able to grab him, though. Okay. This was the one from Sean's Cannery. Which one is this? It should be this one. It should be the survey scanner. Okay, here we go. Where's your engine? Well, that one counted. Thank God that worked. It says this one worked. So we're off to the next one, which is 200 by 265, and we're off by like 6 degrees. This will be the one with materials bay. So yeah, Gosling Station's going the other way. We have to do a U-turn to rescue them. What the fuck? That's not where I meant to time warp at all. Oh, even the ascending node had a comfortable margin. Alright, this is the materials bay one. There's another satellite launched. And we gained a little delta V there. And then I think this is a decent enough orbit to just send off our ion probe to Eve. So we'll decouple that one here. And then what we want to do is fuck, we'll be really close. We grab him, then we do U-turn, grab everybody, go home. This mission's shaping up pretty good so far, assuming this guy works. Can I count on you? I'm very concerned about the energy draw on this ion engine. Because I know that they're fucking huge power hogs, but maybe... maybe this thing is light enough that it actually won't blow out. Because that's the concern, is like we're doing... if we do a transfer burn, I don't want the battery to die and the engine burn out. I have 15,000 delta V on this thing because we gave it the extra fuel. So this guy is fucking going anywhere he goddamn wants. It's just going to take forever. Alright, let's go rescue. What's your name, new guy? Kenster? I'm off by 5 degrees. Let's unfuck that right now. I think I want to go anti-normal. It was a brilliant plan. Brilliant plan, Yam, to put them on the tips of the reserve tanks. Okay, the angle's right. Let's just, we don't get to get too close. He's just got a spacewalk over, so there's no reason to throw fuel away here. He is at 7x6. That's a long way down. That's a hilariously close intercept, actually, considering that he just needs to jump on. Might get him on the first pass. I've actually been up here for 10 days already lining up the satellites. It's been all the ascending, descending nodes. Okay, go. Now, what do you think is the most efficient orbit to U-turn? Right where I am, or raise it a bit? I think raise it a bit is what we want. That's a nice one. Kill our target speed, see where he ends up. Oh, wait, they wanted me to plant a flag on Minmus, didn't they? The lander has no fuel. So that's not what we're going to do right now. We'll plant a flag to christen a replacement station if we ever send one up. It's a little bit ahead of me now. Perfect. He can jump at that speed. Kill all my velocity, and he can jetpack over. And then we got to pull off a U-turn to grab everybody from Gosling, and then we can fly home. I think we might actually have room for Duddig, but where the fuck is he? I don't know. He's somewhere around Kerbal. Orbit's so low I can't fast warp. Just stow him in the cargo bay. I think if he bumped into the walls when he was going fast enough, he would die in there from the inertia on re-entry. Yep, there's your piece of shit ship. He should go down to... actually, no, he didn't. What are the chances of that? I'd say 62%. Yeah, I'd say 300 meters at like almost no speed distance. The important thing is it's close enough for him to jump out. You got all the way out here with a command pod. Good for you, fella. All right, let's go. Don't get hit. I'll try to flip myself. Fuck, I'll just kill my speed and change the ship. Alright, he's been rescued. I'm worried this might not be enough to do the U-turn in one burn, but we're going to try it. So we'll raise our orbit a bit, and then we'll 180 from there. Perfect. Probably ditch these once we grab everybody, and then we have a full tank to go home. Maybe even grab Duding if I can find his damn ship. Node's 4 degrees? That's not terrible, honestly. It is if I come in from that way, though. I am behind it, so I have to go faster. Which will actually work if we do this. We're actually really close already if I don't fuck this up. Hopefully that's enough time to get everybody over. I do want to get pretty close just because it's so many people coming and going. No RCS. We didn't need RCS for this mission. No reason to put shit on the ship we don't need. I've already got way too much fuel. Alright, everybody get the fuck out. There might be extra people on this ship. Might have looked at the crew complement incorrectly. That means we can't rescue that other guy. The thing's gonna bump into the station if we're not careful. Sandbus, I believe, is the engineer that set up the outpost. Maybe that was jokey. Alright, and then the station should have control of itself. We can purge all our RCS to deorbit 437. I mean, it is a relay satellite, which we're going to lose, but we can send up other satellites. Alright, time to go. Gosling Station had a very long and fulfilling life to the Crushing people, but it's time to say goodbye. There we go. Negative periapse. I wonder if I could actually retrograde this. Part of the ship might actually survive. Probably not. Ship's not strong enough. Down she goes. But wait! It's alive. Not anymore, it's not. Charge drained. Who knows where you're going? You're coming right back down. Your periapsis 47. Okay. Oh shit, look at you. The lander survived. I think she's going too fast. Well, you know, life finds a way. It died doing what it loved, landing. Has no antenna, so I have no probe control. That's what happened there. So let's bring that sassy and gassy home. How much money do I have? I didn't make that much. I think it's because I need to bring these guys back. No, wait. I didn't make much money at all, actually. Flag on Minmus, rescue this dude. Rescue this dude. That's like 200,000, that's why. What do we have here? Conduct multiple temperature surveys of Minmus. Fucking nice try. If I was better at lining it up, oh fuck, man, that's $300,000. I might be able to do that with a little satellite. Even that ion satellite might be able to pull that off. Rescue this dude for $110,000. Science data from the surface of the Mun. The rover can transmit that. $70,000. Another satellite around Minmus for $107,050. Mystery goo. That's it, huh? Mystery goo and stability. That's easy. Might bring that with us. This guy might be stuck, but he could be stuck somewhere stupid. Another orbital station around the Mun. God damn it, that's a lot of money, but come on. 15 Kerbals will be too big. 15 is the one we just sent up. This one is tempting, though, because the ion satellite does have a thermometer. Let's try it. Let's bring these Kerbals home. Sassy and Gassy Mark III. Okay, we've rescued everybody, so I want to do a quick save and then decouple, see how much delta that gives us. $2108 supposedly. Yep. Which is a hilarious amount, actually. 2,100 while we're around Minmus. We might fucking... If we were brave enough, we might actually be able to do a flyby Aduna. Let's not, though. Jokey. Where the fuck is the guy I'm trying to rescue here? Dedig's debris. Oh, never mind. We're at full, aren't we? The cockpit's full. And then this is full, right? Yep, no room to rescue this guy. And unfortunately, there's not really anything left we can do on this ship. It doesn't actually gather science. 2100 though, I'm fucking going for it. Let's see if we can get this thing to Duna. No ascending descending node? We'll call this one, what an awful idea. Ikdia. What an awful idea. Because even if I get this thing to Duna, getting all the way back to Kerbal will also be a very difficult burn. Where are you? You're there, so I want to like hit it here. But I think it's complicated because I'm also going to get sucked into the sun. So I really just want to get sucked into the sun, right? And then once I'm trapped in the sun, we try to grab it. Can I escape Min-Miss all the way to the sun, or is it too fucking hard to... I don't think you want to escape from multiple things at once, so I think I want to escape Min-Miss and then escape Kerbal. Let's try it. Well, that's gonna suck. Oh well. It's just less efficient, right, if I overshoot it? It's always the same delta V, really? That's handy. Alright, so then I want to escape outwards. So then I get grabbed by the sun. It's very expensive to escape the sun, isn't it? Wow, what the fuck? Oh, it turns out the satellite just puts me on the same angle as Duna. Yeah, this is why I've never gotten further than this in Kerbal Space Program, because you just always get trapped in the sun. It's too expensive to break out. Oh, there it is. Once I'm actually in the sun, I can break out for an insane amount of delta V. Actually, shit, so that's not an efficient transfer. We're just learning. We're trying to learn some orbital mechanics here, so we'll just quick load back once this is a terrible idea. So I want to get sucked into the sun, and then we'll see where we are from there. Even just a solar flyby should give us a huge chunk of XP for everybody, because this is pretty much my entire Space Force is on this. Yeah, I've heard about transfer windows, but every time people talk about transfer window, they just say install the transfer window mod. We're trying to do it unmodded. Yeah, I just don't know how to go. Because the second you leave Kerbin's sphere, you instantly get pulled into the sun. So it's two, is it 2 burns? I don't know, whatever. We're going to get some solar flyby experience here at least. Poor guys are going to be in space for a fucking year. But I mean, just orbiting it is cheap. So if we get there somehow, shouldn't be that much delta to circularize and get something resembling an orbit and then fly these guys back home. Quite the field trip if we can pull this off. Don't worry, we're almost there. It's like everything's moving so slowly as far as like our speeds. It's the time warp doesn't go high enough. Yes, it does. It just won't auto warp above 100, really. I could set it to 100,000 if I wanted to. Okay. All right, so we have the hard save. We have bad idea alert, so F5. And then now we just blindly try to transfer to Duna. The angle's perfect. This is why this would be so wonderful. Right, there's a slight problem. Closest approach, we're just 32 million kilometers apart. So, maybe kill target speed. And you're fucking there, right? That's how it works. Here we go. It doesn't even matter which way we come into, so we can do like a really sloppy one. Oh. And so this is kind of where it is. Oh, never mind, you're all the way over there now. The flickering is my position. But then it's 900 to kill my velocity back from the sun, right? Yeah, you're all the way over there. We can't have that. Actually, it's pretty cheap to overburn. Maybe we should overburn a little. Not too much. We don't get a fucking... Whoa! I think in the world of interplanetary travel, that's a very close approach. There it is. There it is. We'll fly by Dune and then get sucked right back into the moon, the sun. This might be bad, though, because this is very expensive. This is 1,100, because it's a trashy transfer. But we could do it. We could do it, and then we would get sucked back into the sun. What is the orbit of the sun? Does it say? It doesn't tell me what my solar orbit is to properly hit Duna. But I mean, we get there, so it will take them 18 years. So any babies that snuck aboard this ship would be old enough to drink when we made it back home. I don't know how a baby got on a spaceship. But if you're just trying to visualize how long that's going to take. I'd really just want an elliptical orbit, which is... What? 380? So yeah, I definitely am in the wrong orbit for 380 to be enough to get us to Duna. Like, I think we'll have to brute force all it. Like, this is what 380 gives me right now. Like, how the fuck does 380 get you there from the sun? How much is it going to take me to get back home? I think I just want to do a flyby and then pray we have enough fuel to come home. We might not, which would be shit. I haven't seen it in front intercept though. It's these flickers that are getting me where it looks like it's like, oh, no, it's fine. It's like, that's not fine at all. We're going. We're doing a flyby. I think radial... Isn't radial really expensive? No, I guess radial is pretty cheap this far out. No, it's not. Holy shit, no, it's not. It's because the sun's exerting too much gravity, isn't it? That's why radial's terrible efficiency here. Oh! 850 again, so it's still going to be a huge burn. So it's just a matter of is 1100 going to be enough to come home and not fucking explode on re-entry? I'm not sure how to correct it once we're actually en route. Let's try this. Let's just see what the hell happens. By the way, our transfer note is in 398 days. See you then. Literally in space for a year. Go. Oh, but in an over-engineering accident, we're going to Duna finally, which was our goal from the get-go. Sounds like me in a nutshell. Oops, too much fuel. Well, burp, burp, burp. And then, yeah, just by happenstance of where we are on Minmus, we save the normal, which is only 10, so never mind. That's about impressive as remembering to zip your pants back up after you take a dump. I mean, some people forget, but most people do it. And then we can probably circularize with that little ion probe because he has a hilarious amount of delta V. No, sorry, that's the one we're sending to Eve. Right. A minute with 2 terrors. This would have been a nightmare with nerves. Actually, no, I think an 800 meter per second is just like a 3-minute burn on a nerve. It's like 38 seconds is what we want. And then without the fuel tanks, well, by bringing the fuel tanks, by not doing the satellite ship, by just using the ship just to go to Duna, this ship should have enough to circularize Duna, even on a terrible transfer. Because we're going to make it without the radials right now. Because you don't need those radials just to go to Minmus. I think the next time I try to fly to another planet, though, we want something that can lock maneuver. All right. Our closest approach is 52,000. Now, what do I do to fix it? I suppose just randomly press buttons, right? What the? Maybe I have to make changes once I'm closer. What is it? Target speed. I think we'll just do a flyby here because I want to make sure we have enough to come back home. I think I fucked it up. Yeah, I don't know, maybe just get really close and then try to change it. I guess, yeah, we could start to do maneuvers on the way. Yeah, that intersect's not real anymore. Oh my god. It's the flickering. The flickering is what's so fucking frustrating. We had a transfer and we lost it. Lost it again. Yeah, this. Well, let's redo the whole maneuver. like I'm only intercepting it for an instant. It's that very rigid. It's like it's not flickering anything. Just why the fuck can't I connect to it? It takes so long. I mean, we basically just have to wait until he orbits in here. Because Duna, of course, is a man. Oh, we have to wait for him to reach here, and then we just try to get grabbed, which I don't think is going to be a thing. Maybe I could just like radial over here. That's fucking expensive as shit. What if we fiddle with this end of it? There's definitely an approach, I just cannot kill it. I can't figure out at which point I would kill my velocity to shorten that. Zoom in on the closest approach. Yeah, there's definitely something off about this approach. It's like we only get it for a fraction of a second. We have a quick save right before it. Okay, there. Oh yeah, the launch window was garbage on this one. This is actually a Minmus satellite launcher that we had a lot of extra fuel on. This is not a by-the-book Duna. Okay, you fucked it up again. Yeah, getting to Duna at all is our final goal. Okay, fucked it up. Just a razor-thin margin. I just want to see what happens. What happens? This ship, I think this ship can only manage a flyby. Maybe if I get a little closer and then burn towards target, we'll make it. Is there a reason I'm using manual input? I'm assuming I need to burn towards my target, but my pilot can't burn towards target yet. He's too low level. Oops. I think we're just going to scrap this launch and go home. Because I'm sure I'll mess up the transfer to get back to Kerbal, and we don't have nearly enough fuel to do 2 bad transfers. I'm sick of this flickering. We're going to do it, or we're going to go back home. This is I've never done interplanetary before. Yep, of course. There it goes. Yeah, this is all my fuel and nothing's happening. Let's just go home. Hey there. Let's just bring this thing home, because even 1123 might not be enough to avoid burning up. Because we have the hard save. We have the hard save. These guys can't die, because this is everybody. I grabbed everybody in this ship. Alright, we're out of fuel. We can't go home. Alright, fuck this whole mission. Let's just do what an awful idea, and then we'll just do a solar orbit, then we'll lower it. This is manned with everybody, because we actually were decommissioning a space station. We picked up the whole crew. So let's just go and do a Kerbal orbit for the XP and then come back home. And that'll be a world first for going to Kerbal, hopefully. And then... we have a lot of fuel. I think 21's more than enough to go from Minmus to the sun and back. I just got to make sure I exit the right way, which is this way. Alright, so I double fly out. Hopefully we have 1900 to come back to Kerbin. Time warp is already in progress. Okay, there it is. The orbit did change. So now I'm in orbit of the sun. Oh, I'm time warping. I was like, where's my crew report? Crew report. Crew report while in space high over the sun. That's awful unless it gets a crazy multiplier when I get home. You feel kind of small right now. You hope you know where you're going. I don't. All right, let's bring this thing back home. Oh, wait, do I get pulled back in briefly? What the hell am I looking at? Do I have an old note or something? Okay, no, it's like I go... So if I just wait 292 years, maybe not. But in 292 years, we get scooped up again. Same little delta V. Can I fly into the sun? No. Actually, how do I get back home since I'm right here with it? I didn't plan this out, did I? How do you get back to Kerbal from being right next to Kerbal? Yeah, just burn retrograde the whole time till I'm there? Oh shit, I am getting close to Eve. Eve flybys a world first, but then I still have to get back home. Oh, I meet Kerbal in 4 years if I do that. Can I meet Kerbal in less than 4 years? Six years. Hmm. $28 years. Hmm. $127 years. Maybe I will just wait the 128 years. These guys can come back like it's Planet of the Apes. 110 years. Um, 24 years there. I'm guessing I'm going at the speed of sound. This is also a very expensive note, even if I put it there. And right now it's an entire year to orbit. So I can't really make Eve my target? What would that accomplish? No, I'm just trying to get home. I'm not trying to go anywhere. I'm trying to just fly around the sun and come back home here. Just burn retrograde. I'm skeptical of this plan. What's that? Is that like a 500-year intercept there? I mean, we could bring these guys home in 3 years. Fuck off with the flickering. I think the main save is just back on Minmus. Or was this back when we had our trashy Duna? It was back. Yeah, you know what? We're just going home. I'm not fucking wasting all night trying to salvage that. What an awful idea. We're going home. Yeah, you do make a good point, though, because even just escaping Kerbin for a second would level them all up. Yeah, something like this. this. Okay, so we'll widen it, and then the second we escape, we'll retrograde. Okay. So a solar space station would pretty much have to be unmanned. It's a little tricky to do this interplanetary shit. Wouldn't want to waste fuel bringing the guy back home. Right now we're around the sun. Can't remember if EVAs give XP. I don't think so. I think it's just an EVA in general gives XP, not where you do it. Apparently I will bump into the Mun. Oops. I'll actually crash into the planet doing this. My periapsis is only 5 kilometers. I am skeptical of how much that... I might fucking explode coming in at 60, but let's try it. Yeah, try that. We're going to hit the moon, but we're not going to escape Kerbal. No, sorry, that is a Kerbal escape. That orbit's just getting too fucking weird here. Fuck. There we go. I mean, I do have 1600. We might be able to just do a huge super burn at the periapsis here. It's not like this fuel's doing anything on the way back down. Besides make us heavy, I guess. So we do want to burn it all off. That poor guy we rescued too. It's like, you taking me home? Just one quick stop. One quick stop and then we'll take you home. Oh, okay. It's very important this doesn't shrink. Oops, that might be a little too low. We do not want to catch on fire. I think I lowered it too much. So yeah, we're actually going to come down now. Let's just kill it all the way. We have a quick save if we flub it. I think I'll still gain a lot of speed on my way down, but we shouldn't cook on this. Then we want to like be prograde, but then kind of point it up. Drogues are with the main shoots. There we go. Hold. All right, I can't hold it. Need those air brakes to kick in. I'm guessing the air brakes will kick in right around the time the heat wears off. There goes all the solar panels. That's fine, that's fine. We're through the melting part of the atmosphere in a second here. I'm not even sure if I need to come in belly down anymore. I think I would just come in nose down. Nothing even came close to overheating there. Now the air brakes are really going to put in work. G-forces do get a little up there when I fly like that, though. Pull these at 150. There we go. I really like the way this thing comes home. Where am I? We're about halfway around the world again. I could cut the drogues, but that might make me gain enough speed to actually take damage when we hit the water. So it looks like the bottom's a little heavy because these parachutes don't keep us level. Not the end of the world, because we come in very lightly. Look at that. And then I wonder if I had any engine fuel left, I could kind of be a little boat. Oh well. Welcome home, fellas. .58 science. Okay. Not that great. Crew. Level 3. He's only level 2. Bob's level 3. Valentina's... so all the OGs leveled up. Except Bill, because Bill just kind of sits at base and eats glue all day. It's weird that Kenster only... oh, was Kenster the one we rescued? Is that why? Oh, well, congratulations on your levels. Level 3, I think, allows Jeb and Valentina can lock 2 maneuvers and target now. I think level 4 and 5 just let them tolerate G-forces more, and I don't think G-forces really do anything in the grand scheme of things. So we have $1.2 million. We were away for a long time. Did I get a world first for going around the sun? Or do I have to do them in orb and do I have to do them in order? Oh well, what do you have for me here? Rescue this guy from Kerbal. I really don't want to. Change this satellite? No. Test this thing? No. send these guys on their adventures? No. So we don't have any contracts right now. I think really we should just start making arrangements to get to Duna. We do have that probe in orbit. Let's do this actually. Let's upgrade the network power from 50G to 250G, which will make it way easier to stay in contact with other planets. It's fully upgraded now. Yeah, I think I can track satellites now, right? Yeah, I can track satellites and shit. So mechanically, there's really nothing I want to do anymore besides get to Eve and Duna. Because there's a little bit of science left for us on the Minmus, and there's a bunch of science left for us on the Moon, but we don't need those parts to do what we want to do, which is get to Minmus. So we just have to make a ship to get us to Minmus. I mean, honestly, I think that ship, I think the Sassy and Gassy will get us there if we leave at the right time. Especially if we shed that crew cabin. So let's drag it out of the ocean, repaint it, get back out there. As for time tonight, I think we have time to get the probe to Eve. 15,000 Delta V, I'm gonna have to really fuck up to run out, because we don't even have to bring that one back. That one just needs to go to Eve with 15,000 Delta V. It's probably like a 35 billion minute thrust, Sassy and Gassy Mark III. Or we can ditch the satellites, which will make the ascent a little easier. The nice thing about the Sassy and Gassy, though, is you could mount like 4 ion probes on it and just like seed your network very easily, but they're fucking expensive. That's probably more of like a science mode thing. This is a $70,000 ship. This thing gets a lot of shit done for $70,000, I think. Well, it did all those missions we just did. That's how we got up to 1.2 million so quick. Okay. We don't use the crew cabin. That should help recenter it and also keep the engines off the ground. So now it's a $69,000 ship. Map says 64,000 total. So we're not landing on Duna with this. This is really just an initial flyby of Duna. Maybe do some orbital studies with Bob. Bill, go fucking make sure the paste is tasty. Bob. So yeah, you get a lot of XP for planting flags. Fortunately, we send very small landers. It's easier now because we have the very strong autopilots on our landers. So I mean, really, that's the ship, right? Could put those intake-looking things back on. I could. For extra aesthetics when we're in space. I like the way you think. Spaceship. I suppose for maximum spaceship, you'd put Gigas on the sides here. You know what? I think Gigas can survive re-entry. I think Gigas survive re-entry, so we could actually do that. And that's the ship. No, because it'll clip when it rotates to meet the sun, so that's not a good look. You'd want them like here. Still clips. Let's not do that then. Change my mind. So in a vacuum, 5,000 delta V. So I mean, if I get the right transfer window, this thing can go to Duna. What is this for? It's maybe for a Duna flyby. So 26 and 26. 941.30, 250. So yeah, if I get the right transfer window, we have fuel to spare. So it's just a matter of actually getting there. I don't mind the fairing. Let's hide some science on the underbelly. Although actually we land with the top up. Maybe we should put the science there. And then I don't think you're allowed to even run this in outer space, so no. This. There, that's Bob's little workbench. And then we just have to make sure we get our launch window right? The fairing could be a little smaller. Especially because I accidentally radialed it. There we go. Clipping there, no. Okay. Sea level, so I guess the one problem is this thing does waste some delta V circularizing. I feel an extra fuel tank isn't going to help too much, but it might be just enough. Maybe that's why the angle is all weird. These wings don't feel centered. Put them on a piston. I feel if I put this panels on a piston, though, they would snap off on re-entry. I mean, it works, you're right. Just concerned about the stability of it when we come back home. I guess, I mean, if there's a problem with the stability of it, we're just out the cost of $6,000 for 2 is a little high. Because that's what it's going to look like when we come back down. I think that might shear right off. What's your heat? Maximum temperature, actually 2,000. It's pretty high heat temperature. That might be okay, because I think that's the exact same rating as the ship itself. Yep, 1,400, 2,500. So this might hold. That's maybe a good idea. It's got some shit on top if we actually get this thing to Duna. Maybe that's for tomorrow, though. I'm going to go to the bathroom, so a break, and then we'll try probably controlling that ion drone. We'll just call it the Sassy and Gassy Mark IV. No reason to kill the Legacy just because the mission's changed. So yeah, we just got a 45 degrees, you said was the transfer window we're looking for. So we just go to the tracking center and we fast forward it, and then we launch this ship. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're trying to control that probe. Brief break, though. All right, let's go see our little ion probe. Save that again. He has a lot of delta V. Actually, what does it take to cut? What is 90? So if I launch properly, 950 to get an elliptical orbit with the sun, and then 90 to fly by to Eve, and then 80 elliptical. 80 is all we need. Well, elliptical's all we need. We could do a ghillie flyby too. Yeah, the one downside is with Gosling Station decommissioned, we lose some of our relay power. Maybe not, though. I can't tell if these are relay satellites coming out. Whatever. Which probe? One of the sassy, gassy rover cores. Probably this one. It's just if I could get to a planet, then we can really, well, that's why we're going to stop, because it's taking forever to figure this part of the game out. But if you can get to one of the planet, then you just go where the fuck you want. It's just getting out of Kerbal and getting one of the planet is so difficult. 15,478 delta V. You just got to figure out what the fuck to do with it. The hell is all that over there? Is that Kerbal? Yep. Don't need any of this shit in my way. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. It takes 18 seconds just to get 50 meters of thrust. Our target is Eve. And this is going to be really bad because we didn't launch this properly. We're just trying to get there. We're just going to try to brute force our way into Eve's orbit. And we didn't put the maneuver node probe, unfortunately. Because it's big. The one, like the super autopilot probe core is kind of fucking big for an ion burner. Alright, major concern here is actually electricity. But the electricity is shown on this. Hopefully the battery's big enough for something this tiny. And we'll save this one as ion orbit, because I'm sure even with 1500 I'll fuck it up and strand this thing if I'm not careful. If we can get this thing to Eve. Beep beep. Yep, that's a problem. Battery can't hold more than like a 30-second burn. Holy shit, that is precise. Thank God Eve's on the inside, so we'll be closer to the sun for quicker charging. But if we're on the, like, if something blocks us in the sun while we're in a burn, we're gonna turn off. I can fix that by limiting max thrust. I guess, I mean, I'd still be in the same situation, though. Like, I would eventually drain the battery before we complete a maneuver, because it would just make the maneuver that much longer. Okay, there. My ascending node's going to be a fucking mess. I think we'll fix that when we're around the sun, or maybe we want to fix it while we're around Kerbal first. Okay. My node is... It's not even giving me an ascending descending node. Is my orbit that dog shit? Or is it maybe because I have to be in the sun's orbit first? Alright, and we would want to fall backwards, right? So we bring this one up. On the upside, I'm so light it doesn't take a lot of delta V. Alright, so then this 36 days, and then we escape Kerbal. And then my node's actually only 2 degrees off. I don't want to wait 16 days though. Couldn't I just burn here? Right here? No, I don't think so. And then, yeah, because we're going to an inner planet, I think that means we have a better chance to be connected to Kerbal because nothing's in the way, except the moon. The moon might get in the way. But otherwise, Eve has a pretty straight... so it'd be the moon and the sun when I'm on the far side. I guess, so to be fair, this thing can't go anywhere because it needs the solar power. So once we get too far away from the sun, the battery won't fill up in time. And we just have miserable maneuvers where you have to keep burning and letting the engine charge back up. I think I want fine-tuned control. This thing's so powerful. Alright, now we're escaping into the sun. Now we just gotta figure out how to catch Eve. I guess if I was smart, we could have waited until Eve was at the right angle, because it's probably easier to escape Kerbal at the right time than be like in Kerbal's orbit at the right time. Well. Okay, now I'm trapped in the sun. Let's try to get to Eve. This is a probe, so I mean we could just wait here for decades until we lined up. There's one. Alright, that was stupid easy. That makes me a little upset. I just can't get to Duna. Meanwhile, at astronaut preschool. 331 days away, though. I mean, that's fine. Because the problem's the transfer window, right? And it's just a probe. Jebediah and his friends can be on vacation. They're level 3. Although I do wish there was like a hyper warp for situations like this. It is a 5-minute burn, though. The problems with the ion engine. There is no way in hell that thing's going to do a sustained 5-minute burn. So with this thing getting to Eve, oh fucking Christ, we might not have a connection to we might not have a connection to the KSC while we do this burn. Or are you just out of power because no, you have power. What the hell is your problem then? Kerbin's right there. Limit thrust. I still think limiting thrust will drain the battery. Yeah, why don't I not? Limited probe control. Kerbin's right there. What the fuck? No, these ones are combinable. I was assuming that the actual tracking station was powerful enough to reach this at level 3. That sucks because this is a real node. But I have no probe control. That's what I get for thinking things are going well, though. It's just I'm very concerned if Kerbin can't talk to me from this far away. That's very concerning. So now we need to build relay satellites just to get between planets. I mean, probes don't go bad. Yeah, we can just leave him there. But we do have to send up some relays. Yeah, that's a shame. We got a real intercept there, and then we got cock blocked by our satnet. Cannot delete maneuver node because I can't even tell it to turn the node off because we can't communicate with it right now. All right, back home. You came so close, little fella. I mean, what do we even do to fix that? Like, do I have to put a relay satellite around the sun? Or do I just need to put a freakishly powerful satellite around Kerbin? That's just so fucking weird, though, because this is 250G on the tracking station. 250G. There's some asteroids coming towards me. So yeah, there's this thing, but I can't communicate with it. I guess so. Hang on. If I'm lucky, if we just put up a fucking relay behemoth, the node is in. Well, the node's in 1 day actually. Limited probe control. I don't know why the range is so shit. Yeah, we can just build like a fucking abomination and put it in just a low Kerbal orbit, like, well, not low, put it in like maybe 100, or maybe orbit it between the moon and Kerbal, but yeah, just some fucking abomination like this thing. Because this is only 15G, so we need so many of these to boost the signal from KSC. You'd want to do something like this. Where's my structural? That thing is a bit of a fucking monster. Stacking antenna isn't linear? So wait, this isn't good? I'm getting the feeling people don't like this Frankenstein satellite I've made. Like, what could possibly go wrong with this satellite? It's gonna pick up TV from the fucking future. That's how strong this thing is. Actually, because we're not locking in anything, this is probably the more cost-effective solution. Ah, I like it. Mainly because I just want to brute force our communications network. Just mount this thing on top of like a lander can. Just because, I don't know. What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this communication satellite? It's either not going to work, and then I'm not sure how to get a signal up to the satellite, or this will just give us a humorously large amount of network coverage. Wait, how heavy is this thing? This thing is 4 tons. You might be able to position this with an ion probe. Beyond 3 to 4, there's huge diminishing returns. Fine. Killjoy. There. By the way, we're calling this the little brother. The other one was the big brother. Caps lock. Little bro, Mark 1. And then, well, now it's only 2.85 tons. This is even a more reasonable. No, actually, maybe 5 tons is too heavy for ion. That is the humorously expensive, what if we were to do this? I don't have engine plates unlocked, do I? Ah, fuck, I always forget how big those things are. Boop. It is not a cheap satellite by any means, but at least somebody likes my engineering blender. No, let's not wait. Let's not blow the bank on ion here. Let's just give it like a little spark. Just all this like bum 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 boom boom boop. Just a little donut. Because why not? Oh, also, once again, no wait, this thing has RCS in it finally, doesn't it? I don't think it's nearly enough RCS to control this thing on ascent. It contributes a whopping 0.5 torque. Watch out. does need these. Gonna be a little clipping there, but we can do that piston trick. A cool little satellite. I like it. It's growing on me. Still no torque. So I gotta give it the giant one, don't I? Well, I don't have to, but too late. All right. The dream is to somehow get this into orbit in time to do that even counter, but I don't think we can. Because I could just orbit it around. I could orbit it just around Kerbin at like 70 kilometers, but I don't think that'll boost the signal enough. We might want to put it like in between, either in between Kerbin and the moon or in between the moon and Minmus. Not sure which Lagrange point is a better pick. And then I suppose for like infinite coverage, well, not infinite, ideal coverage, you'd want 3 of these in like a geostationary orbit around Kerbin so that they're always sending the signal back. I think that would work. All right, let's do a final rundown here of our little bro. All right, it's got the satellites, most important part. Probe core, SAS, battery, and then fuel. And then do relays count as directs? I think I can speak to KSC with just these. I don't need any baby emergency antennas. But just in case I do, I'm going to give them some. But I don't want him to be on the, I want him to be on the little yellow. I don't want him to be on the lightning bolt. That would be silly. That wouldn't make any sense. And then we'll clip them in a little bit just so it's easier to get this thing in a fairing, because I have a feeling you don't want sensitive satellite dishes pointing straight up as you move at 1,000 meters per second in the atmosphere. Hopefully this thing doesn't need to be manned, because it'll make it a lot easier to get it into space. And once we're in a vacuum, this thing has 235 delta V, which is fucking dog shit. It's really just enough to adjust its position if we need to. It's already got a probe core, but I'm concerned about how strong this probe core is. So it's borrowing torque from this, and it's borrowing communications from this, it's borrowing the battery from this. Really just everything on this is augmenting the probe core, but it's the good probe core with maneuver nodes and shit. Okay, so then we just have to get a booster onto this kid. That's a concerning decoupler. Let's just give it a really short, fat booster. put this on sea level, and then we just gotta strap a few hundred deltas on this. Make it clamshell, because why not? Alright, we just need hopefully a very cheap, maybe a skipper if we're lucky. I don't want to put a mainsail on this. Skipper. Almost. One more, I think we can get this thing into space. $31.17, actually, that's still not enough. I give it some starter boosters? What's our thrust to weight here? It's fucking through the roof. Am I using an expansion pack? I have breaking ground, making history. This will burn forever. I feel like I just want to give it some boosters to get it off the ground for... We only need like an extra 200. This is the... So, oh, no, we need a lot extra actually, because this thing needs to get itself into the proper orbit. So let's give this guy an actual fuel tank. Or we're going to be fucking lugging this giant booster through space, which we don't want. This carries 27 liquid fuel. Let's get something with a little more gusto. Not that big, though. Not that much gusto. Go from 27 to 45. Maybe I just want a Terrier at that point. 315. What's a Terrier give me? 93. Do not do that. Can I give you some radial fuel? No, the radial fuel looks kind of dopey. What if we go with just the balls then? $772 should be enough to alter our apoaps and circularize. This should be enough to just actually circularize. Oh shit, that was 772 at sea level. Oops. 930, that's more than enough. Alright, sea level. 2931, but now, okay. It does need some wings, but I'm worried about the Delta V here. 3,300 at sea level. That should be good. That should get us into space. Man, that's a short little fella. Give it some winglets. So this thing giving us torque on such a small rocket, this should be interesting. Thing costs $40,000. We'll probably send one or two more up if we need it. Look at this guy. It's a little baby rocket. This might be the kind of rocket you'd see flying towards London, England. I'm worried that might burn up, so let's redo the fairing here. It's maybe a little wider than it needs to be. Let's hope it doesn't have any drag. 3,200, and then we blow the fairing, and then we decouple you and we activate the satellite, and then off you go. Alright, little bro, don't let me down. It's an RCS fuel tank. Oh god, should have read that. It's a regular fuel tank. It scared the shit out of me. By the way, the fairing works. Revert to launch. Just alright, just calling the guys to weld the fairing back on. Oh jeez, why did he blow it? Alright, next stop, outer space. It's been a while since I launched something this small. The thrust to weight's wrong because we added some extra weight. Not a problem because we really limited the thrust. Yeah, we're at 0.81. Let's just kick it up. I mean, it's a 238 second burn. All right, 1.25. Let's do that. Still almost a 3-minute burn. Go. Off we go. This is going to be a very expensive circularize. Very shallow. But I guess we still have 1462 left. I think it's just a matter of actually not going past the Apple apps. All right. Deploy. All right, now she's a little wobbly because I shouldn't have done that. This is way too weak of a connection. Oh, no, sorry, I'm just locked prograde. It's not too bad. So now we just got to get this thing into a nice big orbit. I'm thinking something like, ugh. Bunch of shit in my way still. Oh, there's shit in my way still. There. Yeah, I think let's bring it like in between here and the moon. Well, let's see. 904. I don't think I have 904 to circularize in between here and Minmus. By gum, I can try. I can put them on the map. Nope, it's going to cost everything just to get us circularized out halfway, I think. So let's just do this, I guess. Lock maneuver, though. We can take advantage of that shit. We can put our first little bro up. We can put up a middle stage to get a little bro here. And then, I mean, if we really wanted, we could put a big bro just outside Minmus. Oh, wow, that's an expensive burn time. I guess it is most of the fuel. Also, I guess maybe a massive polar orbit would give us good coverage. All right, not my best satellite. I think I literally have other satellites further out. Yep. I got one there. I got one there. So yeah, this thing needs like a terrier to actually get into a good situation. But that's our first little bro. Let's just see if that ever did anything to impact that ion probes connection. Still no connection. I think I need to get a little bro up to near Minmus. Because I think decommissioning Gosling Station actually tanked our relay capabilities. You think it's the antenna? I don't know what kind of satellite I'm supposed to send with a stronger antenna, though. And keep it small enough and lightweight enough. Like, I could send it up with a 15G relay. That's the strongest I have. But it's also fucking big and heavy, isn't it? No, it actually weighs 0.3 tons. Set this to vacuum. Hmm. 10,000 delta V on this kid. Might be better actually if I just give him this. Yeah, that's 19,000. Then we just give him some fucking massive solar panels. I guess there's a battery situation too with this, isn't there? $18,000 on the nose, which will come down once we add the gigas. They could stand to be offset just a tiny bit. Adding 3 of these, I might be able to put them on an octagonal strut. No, I think an octagonal strut by its fucking nature won't have 3 faces. I mean, I guess you could get away with it with a little clipping. That really shreds the delta, though. Like that right there is 2,000 delta V. Are these even combinable? All the relays are combinable. 15G combinable. Shitty angle though. It's only 7,000 now, which I mean is enough to get to Eve. 950 and 90. And I mean, I don't think we could really bring this thing back from Eve, but these are also 15G combinable though, so we can do this. There you go. I'll be very fucking upset that this thing loses the signal. Shit. Could you stop fucking clowning around? I'm gonna go with just 2 solar panels now for symmetry, because triple symmetry doesn't work. Did you need pistons? What's the energy rate on the engine? No idea. Alright, just because we called our other relay satellites little bro, we'll call this one Cousin Belky. Has 10,000 Delta V still, so it's a pretty sturdy little fella. But he's going to need a nice booster. It'll be probably the same style of booster we use on the... The fuck? I offset the symmetry wrong, but it's just the symmetry of the piston. Oh, not this shit. Set a dopey angle, so when I try to offset it now, it's like, oh, you gotta do both. It's not quite centered, but it's gonna fucking bug me if I... It's close enough. I don't want to spend any more time fiddling with that, so we'll just leave that as it is. Semi-symmetrical. Cousin Belky Mark 1 save. And this thing just needs something to get it into a decent orbit of Kerbin. First, we'll make sure that we strut the decoupler to this. Hang on. Auto strut, heaviest part. That should keep it steady. And then your fairing actually... Can't put the fairing yet because we're too close here. This is a first. Not sure how to fare this now. Actually, I think the fuel flows through the fairing, doesn't it? In a vacuum, I would like 500 or 600 delta V on a Terrier. That's a shitload. This part can be in a fairing. Okay. It's a big one again, but now it doesn't look as weird, and we just give it some super stoat tanks. No, actually, that's ridiculous overkill on a Terrier, isn't it? Do I have anything fat that works in space? I think a skiff. Yeah, that is a hilariously large amount of delta V. We probably escape Kerbin with this stage before we fire the ion off. Actually, that's also his fucking job. Probably more money than we need to spend. Only 1,700 at sea level. Huh. Maybe give it some boosters to keep it short. I think we can just go with 250s here. What kind of boosters can you give me here? Some shrimps. Not shrimps. Don't need kickbacks, thoroughbreds. Maybe kickbacks. Kickbacks are fucking really goofy, but what's between a thumper and a kickback? There's got to be something between a thumper and a kickback. Thumper's $8.50. No, it just goes right to the kickback, huh? So this is almost enough. Because then we decouple it, and then we circularize with the Terrier, and then we have the ion engine. Just give it some nose cones. Next stop, space for Cousin Belky. This thing costs $70,000, but we'll make some money. Where's this guy going? This might just be the one we send to Eve, because if you're right, we'll never be able to get a signal to that probe we have right now. This thing has no RCS, so how much RCS does this thing generate? Generates 10 actually. That's a lot for how big that thing is. Alright, Cousin Belky, I think this guy is all good to go. He's got an into space, he's got a space adjustment, he's got the actual ion engine, which has power and batteries, plenty of fuel, relays, it's got SAS built in. That should be everything. And then I guess for maximum efficiency, we can try to actually launch at the proper window, right? Do I need science for Eve? We don't need science. We're just doing a flyby. Oh, no, shit, you're right. The contract was for some sort of science, so we give it a thermometer or something. Science data from the surface of Minmus. We have an automated rover. Build a new orbital station around Minmus. We can replace Gosling. This is a 700,000 ruble contract, so we're definitely doing this. It needs to have 3 pilots on it, not a problem. We have 3 pilots. Research Lab Cupola. So yep, let's do this. This will be for tomorrow. Tomorrow's a holiday, so I'll be streaming more tomorrow. Collect 50% of the surface deployed seismic sensor science on Minmus. Assuming that the outposter actually has it. Maybe I can just transmit it. So yeah, we're going to build this for the money, and also just because we don't have a station around Minmus right now, we can send up a new space station with relays on it. Science data from the surface of Minmus. This might not work. The rover might not be able to reach KSC, but he will once we put a station up. So do this. Let's go to one of those rovers. Just check your temperature and then transmit it home. Not in range, so we do need to build a new station around Minmus. Man, my fucking... satellite network's garbage considering that this is why I put all that extra money in the Kerbal Space Center. What in the world? We definitely got to get those little bros online. Or maybe I was just on the dark side of Minmus. I don't know. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. We meant to put it on time warp for the perfect transfer. Although I suppose we can just time warp on the launch pad, couldn't we? Let's not. We do have to remember to like put a thermometer. So we're here and we're trying to get to Eve, which is ahead of us or behind us? So we're fine. This is why the satellite was able to reach it. We're in a decent transfer window right now, aren't we? Salvageable. It's not 45 degrees behind us, but it is behind us. Let's put that thermometer on Cousin Belky and get him up there. It's a little fella. I love the little fella aspect. Okay. $70,000 to get a satellite to Eve might be a little overspending, but let's double check our thrust here. Thrust to weight. And we can do one final check of our staging. All right. On the launch pad, 2.42. Holy shit. We can limit the fuck out of that. We're in a vacuum. Nope. Sea level. There, so I'll still be at 1.49 once we ditch the boosters. Okay. That looks like a lot of thrust. Let me grab a drink quick. Then we'll launch this sucker. All right, launch. Alright, Godspeed, little fella. This thing's fucking too fast. This thing's got thrust to spare. Oh boy. We're gonna hit 1,000 at 20 kilometers? We might cook up here. Okay, we'll go back to prograde. The fairing did hold, I hope. How's this look? Kinda wide. I don't mind that. Staging was wrong. Oops. Not too shabby. I'm not minding this next stage where we're switching to like the unmanned stuff, you know. After that failed attempt to go to Dune, it's like, yeah, maybe we use satellites. That's what they're thinking. We can also, I think, use this exact same booster to get the little bros up. I think I'm just going to burn until this is as big as I can get it. We'll just burn this engine right out. Might be able to get it to 2 or 3. Oh, this thing's gonna be perfect for the little bros. Okay, it's the right decoupler and everything. Look at that. Okay, we're in space. Get these things out. There. Cousin Belky's ready for action, I think. $934 to bring this up, and then we'll switch over to the ions. Might even be able to use this stage to escape Kerbal. I want to fall out the other side, though. I think, if I'm doing it right. I want to fall this way, and then I inject over there. There we go. Then I have 100 left, although really we should probably just switch over to the ion now that we're in the sun. Maybe not. Actually, I think so. Just so we can get used to the ions. See you later. See you later. Alright, we are now around the sun. Now, how in the world do I meet Eve? It's 500. Should only be 90. Well, there's the other probe, so we would just want to burn near it, right? So do I want to burn retrograde? So I hit it at some point? Oh boy. Oh boy. What did you do to get there, Mr. Probe? Actually, wait. If I'm putting out all this data, maybe I can actually start controlling that probe again. Although it's been several days, so even if we take control of that probe, it won't be... Alright, so if we still can't control this thing, I'm just decommissioning this probe. Still not connected, we're decommissioning this thing. Where's Cousin Belky? I don't see it. Alright, let's try to get this thing to Eve. Oh, that's why, because when I was setting up maneuvers, it wasn't showing us closest intercept. We're up by 2 degrees, which might be bad. Nothing resembling an intercept. That's 1200, but I mean this thing is made out of delta. That should work. So it's 1200 and we have 10,000. So I think that's a fair trade. It's a 26-minute burn. Oh boy. Wowie. The life of an ion-powered probe though, right? Even on 4 times speed, that is 6 minutes of just listening to the ion thruster. But we have our maneuver. It has a lot of power. It doesn't have fucking 26 minutes worth of power. But then you're putting so many batteries on this fucking thing, it's too heavy, and then you're not using an ion engine anymore. Still, yeah, goddamn right, I'm still connected. Don't even know how we'd get to other planets if this thing couldn't stay connected to Kerbal. It's just a moving relay station. That's actually kind of pointed at the sun while we burn. That's a good sign. So I'm burning at the 13-minute mark. And then we'll physics warp it, because he has maneuver lock. Yeah, right now we only have a battery charge of 3,000. Which might not be enough. Start to burn. On the upside, the ion engine doesn't make noise, so we don't have to listen to pumping engine noise out of the left ear. Looks like the charge is holding. This is the other reason I don't want to go any further than Duna, is burns like this, which would be a little bit shorter with nerves, but not much. Still be obnoxiously long. So this wasn't a good launch window, because instead of consuming 90, we consumed 1200. I don't even... An elliptical moon orbit. Like, do you purposely make it ellipse towards your target? Because I have no idea how you would kill your... You'd kill your orbit around the sun with just 90 delta V. Oh man, this maneuver lock, though, it's a load off my mind. Just fire and forget. That poor other ion probe died on the way. Actually, the ion probe we had to kill plus this ship, this is taking a pretty juicy bite out of this Eve contract, but we can keep this in orbit around Eve for, like, gather science from orbit around Eve contracts. Yeah, I watched a lot of Scott Manley when I first started the game, like 5 years ago, but I never could get to another planet, so I never watched him do transfers. I guess if anyone would do an interplanetary transfer without the planner mod, it would be Scott Manley. So yeah, I'll have a lot of time to stream tomorrow, but I think I really want tomorrow to be the last day for Kerbal Space Program. Because, I mean, every mission we do takes so long now. I've shown a lot of stuff. We didn't show mining. We didn't show asteroids. We didn't show all the planets, but that's going to take forever. There's other games to play. It's fine. I've enjoyed my time with it, but yeah, if at the rate I'm learning Kerbal Space Program, it's just going to be like one launch per night, which is just going to get exhausting after a while. Not making any progress. So we have tomorrow. We have tomorrow to learn how to transfer our ship to Duna. I don't think we're going to land on Duna. I think we're just going to visit it with a flyby. Because landing a ship and getting it off Duna is a whole other bag of worms. As opposed to a can of worms. I can't add too much weight to your ship. You want to put the worms in a bag. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can get some Kerbals to Duna and bring them home. I'd like to do a circular orbit of Duna and then a return trip. I think the Sassy and Gassy can do it. It's got the Delta V. We just got to figure out the transfer burn. We're almost there. We can probably brute force Duna the same way with this ship. Especially if our next world first is to go to Duna, I think I might send a cousin Belky there first. In advance of the Sassy Gassy. Gotta get ready to kill this physics warp or we're gonna shoot right over our target. Oh, thank you. The world, it's... I think it's not quite... Nope. Oh, fucking. We have a real intercept with another planet. Very exciting. I don't meet it for very long. Even counter, 194 days. Oh, shit. This engine might not be strong enough to bring it down. 195 days, 1 minute. 194 days. So we have 2 hours. We have 2 hours to kill our Eve Periaps. We're gonna do it. But I'm not sure exactly how long I need to burn. Well, hang on. Oh, I guess my speed would be fucking ridiculous, and that's why it wouldn't, because you also want to intersect at the right speed. Yeah, why is the periaps not coming down? It's like, okay, so what the fuck happened here? Am I just going too fast? This is a 54-minute burn. I mean, I have the delta for it, but what in God's name? Oh, my inclination's off. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. I think I quick saved after we're already en route, didn't we? So I don't have time to fix this angle. Fuck. It's always fucking something, isn't it? I can get a weird orbit and fix it, but I think because the angle's all weird, I can't. It'll be so expensive to kill my orbit. I really just don't want to sit here for 56 minutes on time warp. Man, if I just fucking reverted. But it's going to be revert all the way to launch, isn't it? Because there's no... God damn it. We got to do a fucking 56-minute burn. The ion's so weak for how far away we are from the node, it's not going to make much difference. We can at least kill the anti-normal until we get close to the periaps. It's an hour away. It is going down. One less thing to worry about. I mean, it's fine if I was swinging it around at a dopey orbit, but I'm concerned that it'll be that much more delta V to kill it if we're at a weird angle. No, I think because I think I fucked it up just because I'm killing it right over top of it, so we're still going to be in like a weird polar orbit. If I really wanted to, we might be able to slowly go over every biome. I don't even know what the biomes are on Eve. I don't know anything about other planets. Never thought I'd get there. That's really swinging around. I have a feeling that it's going to stay at 0.5. Okay. Let's just get ready to burn retrograde forever. So that's something to watch out for when we hit Duna. So if our inclination's off, it'll get out of control. Now, Grant, you do want to be careful that you, I think you just cancel the payment right away. I think it defaults to a recurring payment. So just don't let that sneak away on you. I'd feel pretty shitty. You were able to just cancel it right away. You didn't have to wait or anything. They didn't try to sneak an auto renew past you. I do remember. I remember. What's the mission? This particular mission, we're just trying to get a satellite around Eve. And then, I mean, I've done it incredibly inefficiently, but I think we're going to pull it off. So this will be our first time reaching another body. And then tomorrow, we're going to wrap up our Kerbal series with trying to do an orbit of Duna with a manned ship. Probably send a probe there first, to be honest. Probably like fly a probe to Duna, which is going to take me all fucking day, and then eat my dinner, and then we'll try to fly a manned mission to Duna. I mean, we could trap him, I guess, if you want a dramatic ending to the Crescent Federation, is we could trap a Kerbal on Duna by landing his ship. Kind of wish I strapped a second ion probe on this, but I think I need engine plates for that, don't I? Still a very strong connection, so I think if we just swing one of these... Well, I don't even think we need even... I don't think we even need to swing anything. We can probably just use this everywhere we go. It's a relatively light ship. So this should also have the potential to go to Duna. We just need to figure out, without using mods, how to do transfers. Because, I mean, look, like 950, 90. 950, 130. Every time I try to read about it, they're just like, use the mod, just use the mod. If you don't know how something works, you'll never learn anything. All I've found is someone drew a picture that just showed how the planets align, so you know when to take off. But you still have to know when to take off. You can just see. Yeah, I haven't found any good explanations of how to do planetary transfers. Because you'll also sometimes find documentation for the old, like 1.2. Because I think we're on like 1.6 or 1.7 now. Oh, it's not even close to tightening. Man, I wish we had a stronger physics warp. Is my periaps increasing? It's my apoaps. Why is my apoaps in the minus? Is it because it's going to make me fly into something? My periaps is getting further away. I'm worried if I'm somehow just doing a very shitty U-turn. No, wait, no, you can't do a U-turn. U-turn is just when you follow through on an orbit, so it's not like we'll accidentally miss our orbit. So we want to bring our apoaps up from... No, what? It's going further into the minus. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill this. I'm going to quick save it like an idiot, and then we're going to get closer to our periaps. I think this actually already qualifies us for the world first, though. Because it was just fly by Eve and gather data from Eve. So this will complete the contract instantly. Let's just do that while we're passing the time, right? My apoaps is still going up. I think because I time warp now, we won't be able to pull this off. I think we'll escape first. So let's transmit some data back home. This is worth 40 science. Measuring the temperature of space appears to be quite impossible as there's no matter around, hot or cold. I think that's a generic in space. Well, it's only worth 40 science. Off you go. That was for the contract, though. The contract was the big money. I mean, I like the satellite. It's just the burn times are atrocious. I am tempted to get an engine plate and maybe put like a triple ion on this thing. I think that'd make our burn times a lot more reasonable. Even a quad ion for just... I'm willing to sacrifice money for speed at this point. Their apoaps just keeps going up. It shouldn't. It should be coming down, shouldn't it? It should zero out. My orbital speed's 1200, so I'm guessing our orbital speed needs to hit 0? And then we'll start to circularize? How much time do I have? Can I zero out in the next 4 hours? I fucking better. Yeah, we just have to figure it out. Like we have decent ship designs. We just lose way too much delta on these suboptimal transfer windows. It's more like a transfer piece of drywall we walk through like the Kool-Aid Man. And then yeah, we fucked up this. This probably didn't help at all. Okay, so elliptical orbit to sphere of influence edge is what this means. So you would want to elliptical orbit from... What's this? This is the same. This is 6K. I'm guessing this doesn't include what we would do. So it's 950 to get to an elliptical orbit. I don't know which elliptical orbit it is. Elliptical orbit to sphere of influence edge. So yeah, I think we'll do this. I think we'll make the Minmus station. Probably not this, honestly. But we can make it New Gosling Station. We'll call it New Gosling Station. I don't think we're going to follow through with the orbital station in a solar orbit because doesn't it need to be manned? Which makes it a little bit tricky. I don't know. 5 Kerbals and a viewing cupola isn't that hard to send up. If I can send this up unmanned, we'll do that. We'll just send this up unmanned and then self-destruct it for free money. Huh. Science data from the surface of the Mun. I thought I had one of these. Must have picked up a new one. Think we have a problem with relay, so we need to send up more little bros. Surface data from Minmus. Exact same problem. We need some little bros. Man, this fucking probe, though. Still 6,400 delta V on it. We would be able to fairly easily, I think. Ugh, maybe not. Look at these fucking transfers. 2,400? This is 1330, though. This is only 80. Oh, sorry. I was looking at Moho, which is another planet. Gilly's easy. I think Gilly's just an asteroid that's trapped in its orbit, though. I don't think it's really a planet. Okay, here we go. Alright, we're orbiting Eve. We fucking did it. It's actually very circular, too. Let's bring it down real low, though, Daddy-O. Although I think you get pulled into Eve really easily, don't you? Because it's so heavy. So let's stay at like 200. We've done it, though. We were able to intercept and orbit another planetary body. I've never accomplished that before in Kerbal Space Program. It just took 11,000 delta V. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. This is a polar orbit, too. You could, in theory, run tests on every biome if you had enough time to waste. It's almost polar. It's a 13-day orbit. It's a little eccentric. I would call this an eccentric orbit. I'm actually a little terrified of this. Because it kind of looks like it goes through Eve. I think 150 should be high enough to not kill me, though. It took 250 days, basically a year, for this satellite to complete its mission around another planet. And then we got the world first from, what is this? Plant flag on Minmus, alright. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Fly by Eve, gather scientific data from Eve. Try not to crash into it, you goof. Look at that. Very high gravity. That's all I know about Eve. It's a fucking engineering nightmare to land and get off that thing. It's made out of purple drink. get this thing in a nice orbit. Maybe, well, I mean, we have so much more delta V. I think I will try to make this completely polar. Maybe we do some wacky scans. Grab some free biome science. While in space near Eve, off you go. In space near Eve, off you go. Seismic scan can't be done right now. Huh, maybe I need to be in low orbit. Maybe I just need to actually be on the planet. Actually, maybe not polar orbit of Eve. If we can shift our orbit by almost 90 degrees, we can jump over to Gilly. But I mean, we can do moons. I think we've got a decent handle on moons. It's the interplanetary shit that's hard. See, what does it cost to go from Eve to Gilly is 60 delta V. Not today, not to Gilly. So a Duna transfer still eludes me, but in the grand scheme of things, we got a fair bit done in that we had that very profitable mission where we launched the 3 satellites. Unfortunately, one satellite is now dead because it's out of signal range, but we made a bunch of money there. And we were able to get this guy to Eve. I think it's water. That might just be very dense gas and you get crushed. No, Eve does have water, doesn't it? Yeah, Eve does has water. Huh, that's not where I wanted to warp. I want to warp like over here so that I have time to burn before the periapse. So yeah, I want to build that new Gosling station. We'll send a cousin Belky to Duna, and then we'll send a ship to Duna. My orbital speed is super high, yeah, because we had this crazy eccentric orbit we came in on. Look at this fucking thing. I have to start burning here. I'd almost want to aero brake this, but I don't think an ion has the fucking power to escape. I also don't know where to aero brake on Eve. Starting to get less stupid. The eccentricity that is. Actually, the gravity's so high, the shifting my axis might be very difficult. Yeah, we haven't found any asteroids. I guess it's because we just tonight upgraded our tracking center. There's some near Kerbin, but I don't know. I don't know if we'll actually be able to get any reliably. I think meeting an asteroid, well, if an asteroid could get inside Kerbin's sphere of influence, it'd be pretty easy to get to it. It's interplanetary stuff I have so much trouble with. A quick save it here. Just think, I'm still not sure if 150 is high enough to keep us out of its gravity. Am I going to Cheeseburger Planet? It's Purple Drink Planet. Come on now. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what a safe height is for Eve. I'm not on Physics Warp, am I? I'm like, this is taking a while. Not on Physics Warp. Completely slipped my mind that we'd lose so much Delta V on Eve because of the gravity. So we'll be lucky to get to Gilly. But even then, I mean, two planets that aren't Kerbin, well, planet of the moon. Pretty hot shit. Oh, 90 kilometers? We got plenty of breathing room then. No pun intended. Don't take your helmet off on Eve. You will have no breathing room when you die. Oh, fuck. What if you're going the wrong direction? 60 degrees. That's a hell of a burn. Is Eve even spinning? Maybe I'm locked with it? Look at this. It almost looks like a real orbit. Then we just got to kill off 66 degrees. Is this low? Can I grab some low science here? Nope. Yeah, we definitely want multiple ion engines. But there's not enough science. I don't have enough science to get the engine plate, so we'd have to do a moon landing, and we don't have a moon lander. We have that thing we used to drop off the rover, but I don't like that because it had a bunch of dead weight from the rover storage bay. And then I think that very minimal lander I showed the other day, which was just like the arms attached to the fuel tanks, I don't think that's powerful enough to land on the moon. That's good enough. Let's start to shift this. Oh, that's the right one. We might get an entire degree on each rotation. Christ, we might actually not have enough delta V to get to Gilly after this. Maybe I shouldn't have killed the orbit because it's cheaper to tilt when you're far away. Huh, maybe I'll just burn the whole way around because we need to blow the orbit out too. Oh, the moon itself is on an elliptical orbit. Interesting. I guess it'll go a little quicker if I don't warp all the way around. Yeah, I should have burned. I should have tilted before I closed it in. It's going a lot faster over here. Maybe I'll just blow it out too. Yeah, I'm gonna go prograde at the nodes. Try to widen the orbit. I'm actually starting to get a little concerned. Might not have enough to tilt it. But even just getting to Eve was worth it. We can go see what our next world record that we need to do is. I'm guessing Duna, which lines up perfectly with our mission profile. I don't sing, no. I feel the fuel I use on this side to make it eccentric isn't translating into a net gain over here. We've done 20 degrees so far, 1/3 of the burn. God, yeah, fucking I want those engine plates, but we are not there in the tech tree right now. What we would have to land on the moon and bring the data up to the lab, and we'd have to fly Bob out there and staff that station. There's 1 or 2 biomes left on Minmus, so if I land the Minmus lander very carefully, might be able to squeeze out the science we need. Let's just keep burning on this side. At least I think that's what an engine plate does. An engine plate lets you just strap multiple engines to one piece. I might be just making shit up that I had a daydream about. Oh, look at that. The electric charge actually is starting to drain somewhat. I think it's because we pass over the dark side of Eve every now and then. Actually, you might be right. Maybe Eve is tidally locked. So much for a polar orbit letting us see everything. Alright, now I'm concerned. Where's my fucking power? Electric charge. Says I have 3,000. Or is that electric charge built into the engine? Nope, sorry, it's just a problem with time warp. So yeah, we're burning on the dark side of Eve, so we lose our panels. But the probe worked. That's my favorite part about the probe, is it did its job. Yep. Now the charge is starting to drain. Now the charge is starting to drain. So yeah, you don't want to power an ion engine in darkness. Won't work out for you. It's a shame we're almost done the burn. Then the exciting part's over. Yeah, this maneuver alone burned a lot of the Delta V. Jesus. Then we just have to try and intercept with Gilly, which shouldn't be as bad, which is good because we're actually finally starting to run out of fuel on this thing. Actually, you know what? No, we might run... We might not have enough left to get to Gilly after this angle change. We definitely wasted a lot of fuel here because I didn't realize that Eve's a dopey angle. 430. Because we didn't do that 430 at the start, things have just been dominoing. But even if this thing runs out of fuel and gets trapped in Eve's orbit, maybe one day other future Kerbin generations could come visit this satellite. Wow, is that a cousin Belky? It is. We're sub 10 degrees, but we're also sub 2000 Delta V now. I don't think 2000's enough to widen our orbit for Gilly. I mean, it should be. It should only need 60. But you never know. Just the inefficient launch window seems to be cascading in every maneuver I do. We're going to pull this part off at least. I've quit stuff before. I quit stuff all the time. We quit earlier when there was a chance we could have gotten the shuttle to Dune, and we called it quits on that. $1711? I think $1711's enough to transfer and orbit Gilly. Then we'll just leave Belky there. I think even with an ion engine, 1.8 is pretty fast. I lied, it's not. All right. The hard part's done, I hope. Now we just got to try and get grabbed by Gilly, which is this way. Holy shit, 80 my ass. What the fuck? It's because it's 80 coming from an eccentric, isn't it? So I think we're going to get sucked back into Eve because I don't think I'll have enough to kill this. So I guess eccentric orbits are your friend when you're transferring between bodies. Lesson learned. Oh, it's another 18-minute burn. Oh, goody. Oh, boy. Seems we should have at least enough fuel for a flyby, though. And then it's time to say goodbye to this guy, go home, see what contracts are waiting for us, and then, yeah, I think the Sassy Gassy doesn't need much re-engineering to go to Duna, but we do need to put a station up around Minmus. Tiny bit of contract cleanup, but then we're going to Duna tomorrow. Look at this maneuver follow, though. Yeah, I lost my connection finally. Because I'm on the dark side of Eve. And oh no, we should get a connection to Kerbal again in a second. There it is. Yeah, we lose connection on the dark side of Eve. Which makes sense. Well, it makes sense sometimes. Like, we were actually, Kerbal was near us for quite a while there, I'm guessing. Like, this whole chunk here. On the upside, this was a sub 1 year mission. Yeah, off the top of my head, I forget what Gilly's deal is. I think it's just a very small asteroid that got pulled into an eccentric orbit. Actually, if it's a tiny asteroid, it might have shitty gravity like Minmus, so it'll be very cheap to circle it. Which would line up with the fact that it says 60 and 410. All right, no, 410 to orbit. We won't have that much. We're going to have maybe 300. Nah. We don't have enough delta V to get there. Let's just be happy with the fact that we even made it to Eve. Excellent work, Cousin Belky. But now you just get to float there forever. But we got our world first for Eve, so that was a decent piece of money. Let's see what other contracts we have to work with here. And then, yeah, it's been about 6 hours. I think it's time to just stop, Kerbal. We can design our next space station tomorrow. Explore the moon. Position satellite in a synchronous orbit of Minmus. That's tempting. Designated synchronous orbit. Survey scanner again? Fuck off with these survey scanner ones. I'm sorry, rescue this guy from the orbit of the sun. He's doomed. He is doomed. This guy's trapped around the Mun, which is... I think this one's plausible. So the guy got $1.4 million. Just warp to the next morning, see if any contracts are waiting for us. Nope. So year 7, we're almost at year 8. Where the fuck are my contracts? Huh. Oh, do I have a, wait, a world first is to explore the moon. Shit. How is this before... How did this come after Eve? What? Return to Kerbal from the surface of the moon. Ugh. So we'll want to send up a retrofitted lander for the moon base. Okay, so yeah, a little bit of contract cleanup. I'd like to get the Kerbal World's First Record Keeping Society stuff for Duna while we wrap it up, so... That's weird that that's out of order. Easy mission is easy, yeah, it's just... We already have that moon base. I have to decline? I don't want to tank my rep because our rep's already kind of hit or miss. I only lose one rep. I'll tank that one though. This thing needs a materials bay. $160,000. Sure. That's good enough. So I have 237 science that the Eve probe was able to send us. What's an engine plate? Because it's going to be the bottleneck for my next... Is it this shit? Where's the engine plate? Please don't be over here. Okay, good. Where is it? Did I have engine plates all along and I'm dumb? Or is it over here? There's Mark III parts. I wonder if I should take a Mark III to Duna. Fan shrouds. Docking port senior. There's the engine plate. 550. Or does the engine plate not do what I think it does? I might have to do something trashy like no, that wouldn't work because the adapter size is different. I was like, oh, you could put like a quad coupler and clip it inside the satellite, but the coupler is way bigger. It's way bigger. Yeah, I just want like 2 or 3 ion engines on the bottom of this thing, and it won't let me. Radial attachment port's way too massive. Yeah, this thing's too little. Well, sorry, it's too big. Because the ion engines themselves are so tiny. I don't see a solution. Could do like a structural panel? Can't snap you onto a little one, huh? What if, hang on here. Have you ever seen something so space-worthy? Engineer's spinning in his grave somewhere. I don't know which one. Probably every engineer in history that's died before now. I think that's the smallest structural panel I have access to, yeah. Yeah, if I could just get round, like I just want something that doesn't poke out. I mean, I could do this, but then the engines are clipping through each other, which isn't fun. And then after all that work, those things are actually too small to mount an engine on, too. Oops. I think there's a way to do it, but I think it's just really fucking gaudy. But even just a second ion engine would make this a much smaller nightmare. Well, hang on. It almost looks proper. This is I don't like this. If only I had a larger battery to hide it in. If only. That does look nice. And you still have the same delta V. It just burns off way quicker, right? No, only 8,000. Is it because the engine adds weight? 8,000's enough, though. 8,000's enough if I can learn how to fly the fucking transfers properly. I would just love... I'm struggling to think of something thick enough that would block that. I could make it the... Make it the larger. Oh nope, this is the same size. I thought this was it was one disc bigger. I could put it in a fat fairing, which does nothing. That's too fat. Yeah, do like that, and the fairing serves no purpose than to hide my shame. What's poking out? It's just tri-structural panels. It's just a little aesthetic I don't care for. But is there anything that size? Anything structural that thickness? Let's try a structural tube. Just something slightly wider. That hides the shame a little bit. Use the 001 wire box. Oh, the strut? Is that how people do it? That's how people do it. And then you mount the engines and then you clip. Okay. There you go. Triple ion. That guy'll have a much easier time going to Duna. Perfect. And then we've still got the arms functioning, right? Perfect. All right, Cousin Belky Mark II. He's ready for tomorrow. And then I'm not... we need to stop. I need to get some fucking sleep. It's been 6 hours. We're going to send this to Duna. We're going to make a new base. We're going to get some moon science. Actually, do I need science? I think I have all the parts that I give a shit about if we don't need the engine plate. I need some sleep. I'm going to bed. Now, hang on. Let's look at the iron. Let's look at the tech tree for a while, right? There's a no fucking around battery. The no fucking around drone core. The super strong relay. This is a 100G combinable. This would solve all our communication problems. So we have the little bro. You know what? I don't think we need little bros. I think if we put enough relays on Gosling Station, we should be able to contact Duna from Minmus. Doubly so if we send ahead a Belky to relay. Yeah, I think the only thing that I would want from the tech tree would be this. It's got the strongest, the strongest satellites. And like wheels, we're pretty much done with rovers. I really like the rover design we have right now. And this is just for just inhumanly expensive boosters, which we're watching our cash flow. So yeah, $51,000. It's a lifetime supply of fuel. This is just all the fuel a country makes, and I force them to pour it into a tank so I can shoot it into space. Some no dicking around engines. Hey, do you want to get into space, and do you want to be $40,000 poorer? Because just use this. I think the Mastodon is one of those weird engines they added, which isn't in a good spot. It's like other engines do a better job. Well, we're getting that much closer because literally tomorrow's the last day I'm going to play this, or we're never going to get to Dune if I just keep putting it off. A Sun Polar Orbit Relay Network. How would you... I think that'd be way too much delta, wouldn't it, to go polar on the Sun? Like, what's this? It's 13,000 just to circularize around the sun. I can only imagine what a polar orbit would cost. Either way, we can worry about all this tomorrow when we come back. So thanks for coming out, and I will see you next time. Until then.